Hey, Santi Metallico, how's it doing? Just tweeting about it. Just send a little tweets. Some level design tonight. Cthulhu's Dream and Senti Metallico and Lenshark. How's it doing? Doc Chempa. How's it doing, folks? Not this one. There you go. Alright, so let's do some testing on that monster I've been working on. Lady Snake Parade. Doing good, doing good. So I've been working on this bad boy. This is what happens. This is what happens if you don't save this guy quickly enough. He absorbs this other guy. It's no good. Okay. So this is what happens at the start of the game. Let's see. Let's move the explore points to 40. Now he's starting to go. Let's move the explore points to 60. So that kind of simulates time passing, right? So now this guy's looking really rough. Ooh, what kind of game is it, Doc Champa? At 80, should be a lot more advanced. I think at 100, that's the final step. That's right, on YouTube. Hey, can't cross that picket line. People are protesting Amazon today. I can't go on Twitch. Get out of here, Jeff Bezos. I'll be back tomorrow. I mean, I know that the protest is supposed to go on for a lot longer, but... Alright, so this is what happens after 100. This guy shows up. This guy's gonna need to have some proper... He's gonna need to have some proper assets for moving around. But it seems to work, though. Hey, J-Virus. Oh, it's just on May Day. Oh, okay, so he only appears once. That's bad. That's bad. Well. 2D platformer with a slime monster as protagonist. Who would do something like that? Wow. What a cliche. A slime as a protagonist. Shameful. Now, since I'm streaming on YouTube, the big problem is that they're a lot more sensitive about using copyrighted music. So I'm probably gonna have to stretch my use of chiptunes. Well, I got a shit ton of it. I mean, you know, chiptunes is copyrighted too, but, you know, I don't typically have their labels breathing down my neck. Also, a lot of these are my friends, or... Well, I mean, I haven't really spoken with to a lot of them in a while, but hey. Yeah, I'm kidding, Doc Champa. The joke is that literally my first game ever was exactly the same thing. And then I actually remade different versions of that game over the years. Several times. That's right, it's YouTube. Alright, so I just need to make sure that this bad boy stays spawned after initially spawning. I guess I could do this. This might work. Yeah, I actually had like, just 2 years ago, I actually was working on a game that was basically like, not really a remake of that original one, but it was sort of inspired of it. Yeah, let me fetch those screenshots. That's 2004 Frankie talking about here. Sluggy Adventure was the name of the original. On RPGmaker.net. Well, this is the second one, because yes, I made several of these. Well, I really made like 4, but this is the second one. Back then I was known as Psycho Skull. So, you know, I was the real deal. Yeah, the original Sluggy's Adventure. Look at that. Look at this garbage. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, look at this. That's the first level. Yup. Some quality shit. And let's see. Yeah. And then there's Sluggy's Tiny Adventure, which is like when I remade this for Ludum Dare. And then eventually I was trying to make this into like a... I was trying to finish this into like a complete project. But then this project started to really grow, and this was obviously starting to turn into my real job working on this, so... Fortunately, this fell down by the wayside. Let's see. Well, there is a I have a trailer I can show for that project that ended up being put to the side temporarily. Let me show you that trailer. It was for a Steam Greenlight campaign, so that tells you right away how old this is, because Greenlight is no more. Let's see. Come on, where is it? That trailer should be in here somewhere. Oh, there you go. There you go. There's the trailer. Yeah, I was pretty happy with that trailer. It's fun. I always love these kinds of shots of a castle. Yeah, I'm still in, but I mean, you know. That's right. It's YouTube on YouTube. Oh no, not Honko. Honko's dead, folks. Honko's dead, folks. I'm sorry. I killed Honko by not finishing this project. Yeah, there's quite a lot in that project I'm pretty proud of, so... Yes, yeah, that was kind of supposed to be a joke, to see the big cube there just not moving. But yeah, now this is my main project for now. Think, you know, maybe when this is over, I'll go back to it. Yeah, it can be fun. Pour one out for Honko, folks. Pour one out for Honko. He will be missed. Alright, let's see if that can fix this issue here. Also, I'll resume the music. To explore 100. Should do it. Okay, so he's out. Yeah, I did. And he's still out. Good. Now what happens if I fight? Whoops, that's the wrong guy. That's just the pitch man. That's just the pitch man. It's sinking in, but it's not settling. Falling into place. I'm trying to keep up, but I can't find a steady pace. I thought that there was something here. one out for Hunko, folks. Well, of course, I mean, Hunko will make a return. Hunko will make a return. Hunko's never gone for good. Hunko is one of those Eldritch abominations that can never die, for they were never truly alive. This cage Hunko was in was not a cage. It was a cage to keep us safe, really. Thanks. Not exactly a big sacrifice to make. Other than I'm kind of forced to only stick to chiptunes, I suppose. But you know, it's a pretty minor sort of action to take. It's more symbolic than anything. Actually, I should have put like some sort of announcement on the Twitch so people know that I'm streaming here instead, but I mean, I guess I put it on Twitter. That's good enough. Okay. Yeah, so that's the problem here. Pitchman bloat. It should be pitch-infected Strahd monster. Now, Strahd monster is very dangerous. It's gonna be a lot worse than that guy. Although you can just avoid him. You don't have to fight him. Oh no, not Stellar Wanderer. It's kind of annoying that the chat is doing some... The chat is being a bit annoying. How can I remove the language stuff? Yeah, every time someone is swearing, they're... I'm not seeing the settings to allow people to swear. I mean, I'm not exactly expecting Nazis to start showing up, you know? It's not exactly... Yeah, I'm not finding where I can remove the language. Well, this is kind of annoying. All right, I guess you guys can't swear. I'm sorry. Sorry. It is what it is. gonna prevent NPCs from moving north of here. And that way it's not gonna feel weird that the monster here isn't eating them. That monster is not gonna actually chase you further if you go down here. So that should make it simple. And the NPCs here are not gonna wander north of this line. So that should simplify things. Gonna remove these here. Alright. That should work. Alright, let's test. So let's see if I can actually fight this guy now. Now, one thing about this guy is he's got two parts. There's the main monster, and there is Rupert here, who's been absorbed into it. The main monster is just gonna fight like most of these guys do. But Rupert is gonna chuck some acid flasks and fire bombs at you, which is gonna make this really, really dangerous. It's gonna make this like a proper boss battle for Chapter 1. I might need to make some like weaker acid flasks and fire bombs, because that might just be too dangerous. Like, that might just destroy you. Like, a single firebomb could kill you, maybe. He doesn't have like an infinite amount of them. He just has like 2 firebombs, 2 acid bombs, I think. But that's enough to do like a lot of damage. He also has a potion to heal with, which might also be a big problem. One thing I was thinking is you can target, maybe you'll be able to target Rupert separately from Strahd. And if you, and like Rupert might not have a lot of health, so you can kind of disable the potion attacks by attacking him. Also, maybe attacking Rupert could like make him drop his flasks and like burn the main monster. That might be fun. And maybe if you attack him with like a crushing weapon, it can like break some of the flasks in his hands. Just an idea. Oh, sorry. Oh, so my chat was like frozen for... Okay, wait. I need to look through. I need to look through the chat because it was like frozen for 5 minutes. So if you guys told me how to change the language settings, I missed it. Sorry. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. It was frozen for a while. It was just completely like, it didn't move at all. Then I had to like click around and it stopped. It like suddenly woke up. Come on, where is it? Okay, I think I got it. Let's see. Okay. Oh, got a question here. Let's see. Glad to see you're still working on this project. Love your work. May I ask how far in development you're in, more or less? Well, I'm pretty far in development, but so it's so I was working on this as sort of like a hobby at first, right? And 2 years ago, is it 2 years ago now? Maybe a year and a half ago, I started working on this like full time, and now like it's my real main project thing. It's now getting published by Devolver, which also really helps making sure that I can actually work on this full time because I got budget for it, and I can like actually pay people to work on it and everything. Okay, I don't think anyone actually... Yeah, so I don't think I missed... Oh, if you click on the top... Uh-oh, okay, right, you got something? Where it says top chat, you can swap to live chat? Oh, okay, no, wait, that was a glitch? Oh. Yeah. That was more of a little, Yeah, so I still don't know how to... Yeah, sorry, I still don't know how to remove the, Yeah, I still don't know how to remove the language, thing. Sorry. Alright, so... Alright, now let's see if this battle is a little bit better. So, party... Level 8? No. Level 6? There you go. No, it seems like it doesn't consider the word gay as a no-no word. That's good. Okay, so you see it's not actually showing up. It's not actually showing him there because it is a separate like frame. So I'll need to actually make the like the objects, the separate objects that are like dependent on a main one. I'll need to make sure that I can set that up for this guy too. Now, right now he's going to be throwing. So let's see if he throws it. No, that was just a regular punch. Oh, maybe I didn't actually put on the... Did I not put on the automatic AI on this guy? Oh no, there it is. So weapon attack chance is 95 plus 8.6. Healing flash chance is 60. Acid bomb is... Oh wow, okay. So acid bomb and firebomb are definitely here. I've just been lucky, and he's just been deciding to throw punches instead. Oh, and a healing flask. He just killed himself. Yeah, I did. I presumed you knew. Yep, that's when I started working on this full time. Before that, it was just kind of a weekend thing. That's where the whole name of it comes from. There you go, acid. Okay, there you go. There's acid. Woof, that's half of Melvin's health right there. Yeah, acid is nasty. Burn. That's a miss. Thank you, Gibbs. Yep. Alright, there you go. So, that was pretty bad, actually. Yeah, that's really nasty. And I got a gold chest with 120 gold out of it, though. Yeah, so this is definitely too nasty. I'm gonna need to make some weaker versions of those acid flasks for this boss. Yeah, the acid flasks are way too strong. Yeah, that sounds like me, Lordiak. You're not creating a character, but your main character is kind of your main character just kind of starts with basically nothing, and like you build your character over time by learning skills. So you don't have like your character doesn't have like a preset class. You choose your character's class as you play. Yeah, your main character is like a blank slate. And also your main character gains more skill points than any other character in the game, so that you have the room to experiment with all the different classes. But the rest of the party are all pre-made characters you encounter, but there's a very large number of party members you can find. Oh, also the music should be displayed on top here. The music that's playing right now, this is Yakuza Heart Attack. Unless you're asking the music, who's beyond the music of the game, and that's three. There's 3 different people working on. Yeah, 3 different people working on music. Was there a 4th? Is there a 4th person who did music? No, 3. Some Hindu or Buddhist. So I'm not aware of like Buddhist mythology monsters at all. But yeah, sure, I might consider. I mean, I have a few. I mean, so I have a few monsters that are inspired of the. Yeah, see where he's making some music. ASCII, who made Katana Zero, is making some music. But most of the music so far was made by Neon Lair, who is working on... who's working with Lenshark here, who makes some art for him too. The name of this project is not coming to mind right now, which is embarrassing. But, yeah, I'm just... the main game that's coming to mind is the Midnight Station, but not the one he's working on right now. It's the thing like with... It's basically like a Pokemon sort of thing, with like kind of like modular monsters. Nanokin! Yes, that's the name. Yeah, it looks really cool. It's got like this really fun sort of like Nintendo 64 sort of aesthetic. Yes. Sandwich Snatcher, thanks for following. Wait, wait, so is the following message here coming from Twitch? I guess people are subscribing on Twitch. Well, I mean, following on Twitch. I normally stream on Twitch, folks. I'm just streaming on YouTube because... there's a strike going on. But yeah, so I have a bunch of demons and things that... there's a bunch of demons in the game that are inspired of, like, the Dictionnaire Infernal. And I'm pretty sure, like, most of the creatures in the Dictionnaire Infernal are inspired of, like... of various, like, deities and things from other mythologies. You know, like demonizing creatures from other religions and other so there might be some demons already in the game that are actually from other stuff. Like I know one that is for sure from like an old pagan, that's like an old pagan icon. Yeah, one of them I know for sure. There's some random demons here, but nothing too specific. Oh yeah, one is Abraxas. Abraxas, that's like something from like old coins. I don't remember what. I think it's Mesopotamian, maybe. Abraxas. It's like a thing. Yeah, Abraxas. That's right. And I'm pretty sure like most of a lot of the entries are just inspired of various. Is the city? No, it's not that. No, it's not. It's not nearly like the city in Baldur's Gate 2 is way more lively. It's not like. It's not like a city like besieged by monsters like this. No, I mean the level design in this is basically going for like Resident Evil if it was an RPG. I guess like Resident Evil 3, because like in 3 you're moving around the city a lot more. Well, it's not that much still, but or I think maybe another point of reference would be like the level design is like when you move about the city in like Silent Hill 2. You know? It's sort of like this approach where you have you kind of have specific goals, but there's also a lot of like weird things to come upon as you explore. A lot of like weird, creepy things along the way. That's sort of my approach, but it's a lot less spooky than Silent Hill 2. Don't expect something that scary. It's really not as intense as that. You know, it's a lot more goofy, cartoony. But it's this sort of general approach. Alright, so... yeah, so I want to add a second monster here. That is going to be this guy on the shoulder. Equivalent to the police station? I'm not sure what you mean. Which area exactly? I don't remember making a reference to the police station. I mean, I really like the police station in RE2. I mean, RE2 is one of my favorite survival horror games, for sure. But I don't actually remember referencing to it regarding the area design somewhere. The palace being like the police station. It isn't really that similar to that. So if I try to think, like, if I'm thinking of the police station's design in Resident Evil 2, like, the core of it is you basically, like, from the start, you have, like, the east and the west sections to explore first, and that lets you then, like, progress to the top floor. So right from the start, you have kind of, like, two directions to go into. The remake made it that you really go one direction first, then the other, which I felt was a little bit less interesting, but, you know, I kind of get what they were going for. Yeah. I mean, I definitely want to do something a lot like that. Like, the general world design is definitely very much like Resident Evil in structure. I mean, there's a lot more optional exploration than in Resident Evil. It's like, I think the best way to describe the general world design I'm going for is that, like, every building in the city is kind of like a random encounter. It's not actually random for the most part. It's like precisely like designed things in every house. But I want it to feel like every time you're opening a house, you never quite know what's going to be inside, right? And then the general goal in the game is to just kind of traverse the city and reach the palace, right? But along the way, there's all of these weird things happening in all these houses. So that's the general gist. One game that does something really similar, actually, is The Evil Within 2. So I didn't actually play very far in that game yet. I just only played like the first half of it or so. But there's one section of The Evil Within 2 that goes for almost exactly the same feel as what I'm going for. And I was really impressed by this. This was by far my favorite part of the game. I was like, I can't believe I'm playing this. This is exactly the vibe I'm going for. There's this, I don't know if there might be another part like that later in the game. There's one part in The Evil Within 2 where they just finally sort of like I think it's like the first time in that game that they just kind of let you explore on your own instead of sort of leading you around. There's like one moment in the game, at least the first moment that's like this, that really like lets you loose. And there's it's exactly the vibe I'm going for. I love that bit so much. It's this big like city section. You just have to traverse it pretty much. I'm pretty sure you don't need to really do anything specific. But along the way, every single house has some sort of weird nightmare in it, you know? Like, every single house along the way has something weird happening in it. Some sort of weird spook happens. Like, there's one house that you enter, and if you explore it, you get locked inside, and then it turns into a whole thing. It like it's that feeling of, like, exploring a little thing, and then something... You never quite know when something horrible might happen. And if something horrible happens, it feels like your descent... It feels like a mini descent into madness in that one house. And then you're out of the house, and then you're kind of afraid of what's going to happen the next door you open, right? I love that. That's really good. Silent Hill. Many of the Silent Hill games, actually, kind of have that vibe, too. Silent Hill 2 has that vibe. Silent Hill 3... You're never really exploring, like, a big... You're never really exploring, like, a big city with a lot of, like, different places to go. Like, you are at one point, but I feel like the only time you're exploring freely, like, a city in Silent Hill 3, like, it's already, like, you know, it's already, like, you're in the other world, and there's already monsters everywhere. So it's not quite like that. It doesn't quite have that same vibe in 3. Well, you know, there's a lot of different approaches to horror games, you know? I'm definitely going more for just like an atmosphere, a vibe, with some light spooks. I'm not really going for obnoxious jump scares. I'm not a big fan of those. I mean, I might have a few little startles, but you know, I'm trying to keep them non-obnoxious, you know? You know, I don't like... I feel like there is a time and place for, you know, for the game to startle the player, but I kind of have rules for what makes, you know, a fair jump scare, and one that's just kind of mean for no reason. I'm definitely not. I'm definitely not going to put in, you know, like non-diegetic jump scares. You know, that's stuff I really don't like. You know, when something happens, but it doesn't really happen to like the character that you're controlling. It's happening to you, right? That's the kind of thing I feel is kind of takes you out of the game. You know. Feels like it's more like a weird trick instead of hey, little skull kid. Yeah, Until Dawn has a few. Well, Until Dawn has one specific jump scare that's like clearly not something that actually happens to the character that you're playing, and it's really just to you, the player. And it just feels like, you know, that feels like it's not really a scare. It feels like a prank on the player, as opposed to something bad that happens to the character. Feels like it's kind of a breach of trust, you know? Oh, well, thank you, little skull kid. What's the game you're working on? I feel like there's one specific scare in Until Dawn that's actually, like, non-diegetic. I think you know the one I mean. I feel like all the others are arguably things that actually are happening in the world. There's just one that's like, this didn't actually happen, you know? I don't remember if there's a sound accompanying it, but there's basically a screamer in Until Dawn at one point. I don't think there. I don't remember if there's an actual sound, or if it's just like a JPEG. But it is a JPEG, which is just. I think that is unacceptable. That's some stupid bullshit. Yep, that's the one. That's the one that I feel actually crosses the line. All the others, like I remember one with like a weird like fire, like a weird sort of flame coming into the screen, and it turns into kind of a face. And like, you know, there's a few moments like this, but those feel like there's something that actually like quote unquote happened. Or it's like the person freaking out, you know? Like, it feels like those are a little bit more, like, fair. But the JPEG that pops up when you're looking into the binoculars, yeah, fuck that. That one is not cool. Alright, so I'm gonna add the stats of Rupert here. back in separately. Rupert is not going to be added to the list. How much life does Rupert have? Just like 40 maybe? Yeah, it's okay. Little small kid. Remove the heal flask, acid bomb, and firebomb with this. I have no natural weapon. Hey, Dio Brando. Thank you. Oh man, is it in... I'll move that up here. And Strahd Mutant too. There you go. Strahd Monster, I'll remove Rupert from up there. Strahd Monster Rupert. There you go. Oh, did I not save it? No, it is. I'll need to... what would be the right... Maybe the tip of the nose might be a good spot. It's gonna be easy though. Easy to place. And like this. There you go. Monster Rupert. Now I just need to edit the encounter. Include both of these guys. I'll probably use the bottle-headed monster as an example, because that's another boss that has like if you kill the body and leave the hands alive, the hands are supposed to die immediately with that boss. So it's going to be the same here. And there's the bottle head, so I'll just copy and paste this. That's the main one, and the secondary monster is this. Body, Rupert head. So the monster himself starts here. They're both going to be at the same range. Parent enemies. Rupert's parent enemy. The parent enemy is the body. There you go. And parent enemy damage ratio means every time you damage Rupert, should it actually hurt the main body, or should it feel like it's just a separate piece that you're attacking? I think it's not gonna actually damage the main body. Yeah, it's not like a weak point. I can use this to make weak points. I can use this to make... I can add a part to a monster that can be targeted that doesn't do anything, but any damage it receives, it like transmits in double to the main monster, and that essentially makes it a weak point, right? Okay, so I need to set these properly here. So the body is going to be at 208, 160. I think that's at the bottom. That's good. Well, thanks, Don Champa. I'm happy to hear it. So where do I place... So this here, I think about this is... This is the approximate position of that. So I'm going to put a point where... I'm going to put a point where the nose is, here. So I would say... I place it at about... 65 by 120. Okay, so... This is 65, body X plus 65, and rubber head. Was it 150? This minus 120. Thank you, little spell kid. Okay. So I think that's all I need to do. Also, I need to prevent them from lining up here. Okay. I think I also need to... I also need to prevent them from... from automatically placing themselves. Okay, auto flip. I need to set auto flip to false for sure, because as soon as these guys start flipping, it's gonna break. Monster. So Strahd Monster auto flip is false. Yeah. Cannot have auto flip. Cannot have auto frames. Auto position is false as well. It needs to go. Okay. Now I need to make rubber straw here. Actually use this group instead of the dynamic group. So encounter at database, Strahd Rupert monster. Battle group, there you go. So now it should actually import this. Use this code here instead of trying to grab all the enemies nearby and add them to the battle, like what normally happens. Okay. Now, so these monsters are placed. One is made parent of the other. I don't think I'm missing anything. They're not made to be lined up. Yeah, okay, I think this works. Let's make sure they don't have any auto-act. I think auto-act would probably bust their AI here. So... auto-act is no one. Yeah, auto-act is basically if I want a monster to always be walking forward on every turn, no matter what. I set something to be auto-act. And I want this to happen with these guys. Okay, now I just need to make sure I export these stats. There you go. And let's test it out. Now I imported an asset, so it might add some lag, unfortunately. Yeah, it might do a little stutter here. Sorry about that. Yeah, because it needs to recompile all the assets and everything. Thankfully, you know, it's still leagues ahead of what the previous versions of GameMaker did. Oh, it's not that bad. It's almost done already. Oh, and the soundtrack stopped here. Let me put something else on. How about Eraser's Fantasy? Now I'll reduce the volume on this one because this album is very good, but it's very loud. It's a very intense album. Hey, non-sexual action figure, how's it doing? I've been streaming on Twitch this whole time. I basically stopped putting anything on YouTube because they basically, like, they removed my ability to... I mean, I've never really made any money with YouTube, but they just completely, like... You know, they did that change. That meant I couldn't, Yeah, they made a change to the policies of who's allowed to monetize their videos and everything. And so I stopped. Because I couldn't do anything anymore. I mean, I made less, like in my 8 years of putting stuff on YouTube, I never made more than like $80 in total. So, and now I'm making that, almost that every month on Twitch, so, you know. Thank you. I can just link my Twitch in the... I can just link my Twitch in the chat. Unless that gets blocked. It might get blocked if I do that. Yeah, it's Frankie Pixel's show on Twitch. Yeah, let me link that in chat. There you go. Yeah, YouTube is not exactly interested in helping people make money unless they're really big. I'm not nearly big enough for YouTube to be interested. I'm just using like surfaces for this. So these buildings here are like a separate object. They're a separate object called like a big, like yeah, big object or something. And I just have a separate. Like, if I'm not behind one of them, they're drawn normally, but as soon as I walk behind them, they stop being drawn normally, and instead they're drawn over with, like, a special thing that then, you know, digs a hole in it. Hey, CCLN just subscribed on Twitch. Thank you. I appreciate it, thanks. Even though I'm not actually even streaming on Twitch right now, I'm still raking in the money through Twitch. Take that, Jeff Bezos. Actually, I'm pretty sure he still gets a cut. Alright, so let's see if this breaks. Ah, look at that! Haha, very good. It's normal. It's normal. Look, everybody, it's normal. Whoopsie. It's normal. Normal, folks. And they're not... Yeah, this is... That's normal. Ah, right. It's all good then. It's all good then. It's true. It's really just Jeff Bezos giving himself money and then giving me a little cut. Wow. It's like I'm the landlord. I was the landlord the whole time. Don't worry about it, little skull kid. Oh, these are... Oh, okay, that's the problem. These are not the actual monster names. These are pitch infected. Yeah, okay, that's why it didn't work. I didn't have the full name there. There you go. Pitch infected. They should be properly loaded, hopefully. But, you know, I mean, I should probably have, like, put in a little bit of effort in putting some videos on YouTube again. You know, I mean, it's not like I ever did that to get money, because like I said, YouTube didn't give me anything. Made nothing on YouTube. But, you know, it's still, you know, it could bring people into the Twitch. Thank you, Doc Champa. Yeah, I saw that follow. Thanks. Okay, I could load the game, actually. Should be... Yeah, there you go. Alright, let's see what happens now. Is it gonna work? Oh! Okay, the layering's not quite right. I'll need to tweak that. I mean, that's literally what I did for a while. Yeah, I need to change this, but the layering sometimes is really weird. There you go. So he's chucking some bombs there. He's way more dangerous now. Click the bell. Click the bell. Okay, yeah, that's really... Wait, did he just throw 2 acid bombs? Uh-oh. That's a lot. So actually, let's continue. I'm gonna give myself a bigger party here. And I'm gonna make sure that if I kill the main monster, that Rupert dies as well. Ooh, yeah. He's tossing potions in that big mouth. I really need to figure out the problem with the depth on this guy. Yeah, normally you need to prepare a little bit better for this battle. You need to have piercing weapons to fight the big rubber monster. Yeah, without piercing weapons, this guy is really nasty. Yeah, there's some layering problem with this guy. And crushing damage is terrible against him too. At least he actually still gets bleeding damage, which is probably... He should probably be immune to bleeding damage, honestly. Doesn't make a lot of sense for him to... Finally, he's out of healing potion. God damn. Oh, and there we go. So there we go. That's what I wanted to make sure. That if I kill one, the other dies. Good. Good, good, good. Oh. Alright, I think YouTube is now telling me that I'm getting some skip frames. But yeah, there's some layering issues with this guy. But so far, this seems to be working more or less how I want. Just need to tweak that layering. Well, the idea is that they're like bloated, like that. Well, the idea is that crushing damage just bounces right off of it. So to pierce through, you need piercing damage. Like the initial monsters that, like back when this was just kind of a, like I initially made like the 3 main monster types specifically to have like extreme resistances and weaknesses to the physical damage types. So for the rubber monster, it was those. Like this. These guys were designed to be weak to slashing damage. The idea was that I wanted to make them like, to make their joints look like they would really catch a blade easily and just chop them, you know? So that was supposed to look like a slashing weapon would just chop their limbs. So yeah, all of the enemy designs that I initially made for this game were all just made based on very like specific weaknesses. But these guys kind of turn into something else. Yeah, these guys just kind of turned into generic-ish bug people. So it kind of lost that element a little bit. Alright, so let's layer them a little bit better. So the Rupert head's depth is now going to be the body's depth minus 5. So that should place that properly. I'm going to change. I'm gonna change the healing flask that he's got. Yeah, I'll definitely need to make some weaker acid bombs and fire bombs, because these are just way too strong. I noticed that this guy was kind of passive, right? Didn't seem to really be like interested in attacking you, and that's a bit weird. Not sure why. It might be because of those tiles I put in Let's test that, actually. It might be because of those tiles I put in that are supposed to prevent him from moving. They might also be blocking his sight. Sorry. Ooh. I'll be right back. Yeah, got a shit ton of purple. Love that. Love that shit. So let's see. Oh, that's the problem. Look at that. Where are you facing, bud? What's that? Yeah, if I make sound, if I start running, that's when he gets it. Yeah, I'm gonna give him a circular vision range instead. He doesn't really have a direction. You know, he has two heads, so it makes sense that you can't really sneak up on him. I forget what the... Yeah, it's sight range all. Sight range all is gonna be 64? No. 98? 120. There you go. See you now. So let's do a little animation for the walking. Not gonna have any like specific directions. That would really not be. Yeah, let's just give him 4 frames of animation and a dead sprite. Yeah, that's better. I'm making it a little faster too. I mean, you're meant to be able to somewhat easily avoid him. So, can he actually leave this zone? No, he can't. Good. No, he can! Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's pretty weird. seems to be avoiding those tiles, but he can't just go into there for some reason. That is weird. Might be something about the 2x2 object. Yeah, there might be a weird glitch with the 2x2 object going like between the tiles or something. That's weird. Yeah, that definitely shouldn't happen. Oh well. Yeah, I'll need to fix that. It's a minor problem, but... Also, visually, this might look a little better if there were things in the way that would explain why he's not going further north. So I'll just copy these fortifications here. And there you go. See, this is why. This is why he's not moving beyond this. There you go. Makes sense now. No, this should be a 2x2. And I think it's really because there isn't even any gap here. Like these red squares here, those are also supposed to block movement. Nope, it is not Barclay 2 agitated riveting. Barclay 2 is dead, unfortunately. Yep, this is a horror game. Some random gamer. Nice. I stream work on this almost every day on Twitch. If you're interested in following, I was just dipping into YouTube because of the strike. Oh, these are not objects. These are all tiles. That saves even more memory. Not even using objects at all for it. These are all tiles. But yeah, I used to do that, yeah. I used to stretch collision objects around. But now I just use tiles. At least when it's simple collisions like with an RPG. Obviously, you can't always do that. But yeah, with tiles, it's not even collision detection to do. There's so few objects to actually... Like, the only objects you really need are the things walking around. They obviously... Tiles can't do everything, but... They can do quite a bit. No, I think it's straight up just an error with the pathfinding system. I think something just doesn't work properly. I'll need to test it. Okay, so that's what it looks like now. There you go, that makes sense now that he's stuck up there. Look at that. But of course, yeah, he just bypasses... He's just bypassing this completely. Wait, can he bypass, like, here? Yeah, it looks like he can even bypass here. What about here, actually? Because he can see through those blue tiles. Like, blue tiles are for collisions that don't block vision. Yeah, look at that! Oh, did I just disable? Oh, I think I know. I think I just might have disabled collisions for him. And so the only thing he looks at... No, wait. No, I didn't. So... What? Okay, I don't get it. I have no idea. I have zero idea why this guy can just walk into walls. Wow. Okay, you know what? Alright. Sure. Let's just... Okay, let's do the test right now. Right the fuck now. Let's see what happens. Let's just fucking... Alright, I'll grab him. I'll put him in the fucking test room. Yeah, let's... Arena. Let's go into South test room. No, I need to have a test room that's mostly empty so I can... Not that. No, he shouldn't. Well, this is perfect. This was to test gas, but... It'll be fine to test pathfinding too, I guess. Yeah, what is wrong with you, Strahd? Oh, maybe it's this? No. Alright, let's see what's happening. Yeah, I have no idea what's up with this. Alright, in the meantime, let's animate this. Oh, shit. Ah. Hate it when that happens. Alright, let's see. So, in the debug room... Uh-oh. Ah, shit. Okay, so I had something I was testing in this room before. And I moved on to something else, and now it's broken, so... Let's... quickly comment out all of this. Oh, well, the gas test is gonna make this a little awkward. Yeah, I was testing a little gas system. But, okay, now let's see. Oh. Okay. Are you gonna follow me through this little hole that you can't fit in? No! Wait! So you're working just fine then. What about down here? Yeah, this is working just fine. So I don't get it. I do not get it, because this seems to be working just fine. Also, notice that he's actually tracking the gas around. Yeah, I'm really happy with that little system. Yeah, you actually track gas around by walking through it. And the bigger you are, the more of it you do. It's for like a bunch of like system for like mists, like a misty area. Right now, this one is using kind of a placeholder, like shitty, kind of a shitty looking one. But yeah, this is gonna look really nice when I use it for like the cemetery, and also for like maybe like a poison gas thing too. But yeah, no, this seems to be working just fine. I don't get it. Look at that. Yeah, he's not walking into any walls. He tries to, but then he finds a way around, like a polite young man. Yeah, look. Also, this guy I programmed him to. Oh, uh-oh, that actually crashed. Okay, that's something else, but yeah. So maybe something is caused by. Yeah, this is something else. Yes, this guy, this Levitt there, was a character I programmed to open doors while chasing you. So that he can actually chase you through doors you close, and he just opens them. But I don't know what's breaking there. I think there was something about, like, if a door is locked, he can only open it if he has the key in his inventory. And I think maybe the code that checks for that key just crashed there, but... Alright, let's see here. So I think maybe what might be happening is the code that decides whether or not to spawn him, to spawn that guy, might be causing the problem. Yeah, I think it might be this code here. But I don't know why it would do that. Yeah, I'm gonna remove this part here that makes him gone. And I'm gonna make it that when he spawns, he's just always there. So maybe the gone thing might be causing him to ignore solids for some reason. I don't know. I mean, the darkness zone actually uses a very similar effect right now. It's already pretty much what that darkness zone is using. No, not quite. It's a bit more. That gas is a little bit more advanced than the darkness zone effect, but because it actually interacts with you. So let's go into King Street. Now he should be spawned right away. Let's see if that bug happens again. No, it doesn't. What the hell? Okay, yeah, that's it. It's because... Yeah, it's because he's set to be gone. I think it's because he's set to be gone and then unset. But when he's unset that he's no longer gone because he's spawned, that might mess up some of his variables. Yeah, I think maybe when objects are gone, they are made non-solid, and I need to make it solid here. That might be it. Yeah, I think that might be it. I think that the code logic here is making him non-solid, and non-solid objects do ignore walls. I think that might be the problem. So if I set here gone back to true, and I check this code here, and instead of just setting gObject gone to false, I can also do monsters trod solid is true, but that's only if he's not dead. So if he's not dead, I make sure that he's solid. So that way if you return there and he's dead, he's a corpse, he's not going to be blocking your movement. I mean, maybe he should be. I guess since he has a set position, he could be still blocking movement, but yeah, let's make sure this fixes it. Well, physics. It's very, I mean, depends what you mean by physics, but yeah, I mean, everything is built in, yeah. All the pathfinding, physics are very simple. It's really just tile-based collisions. Alright, so... Wait, wait, no, that doesn't work. Isn't he set to be gone? He's supposed to be set to be gone by default. Yeah, he is. What? Gone, true. Well, actually, in college, I was actually learning C#. I was in computer science. I didn't actually finish my computer science, though. Okay, that's pretty weird. Why is he spawning and he's already there now? That's weird. Yeah, most of my programming, though, it's really just working with GameMaker for like 15 years now, 16 years. Yeah, pretty much. Okay, there you go. So yeah, I think I had just loaded the game instead of started. Yeah. Explore 100. Now you should be spawned and oh! Uh-oh. Okay, no, that was just the breakpoint I put in. There you go. Now he spawned in. And Rupert is gone. And there you go. That works. I'll need to move him a little bit because you can see the weird hole there. He's not quite moved at the right spot. I think I'll move him up like maybe 2-3 pixels and left 2-3 pixels or so. Yeah, something like that. And with that, he's pretty much like, he's not like done, but he's pretty close. I still need to give him some weaker acid flasks because these are just way too strong. I might actually just add levels to the acid flasks. I have acid flasks right now. They could just have different levels. So you can get like, when you find an acid flask, it could be like a level 0 to a level 9. Actually, it could be a lot more levels than that to the acid flasks. There could be like up to 99 levels of them with how this works, but probably just 9 is fine. Oh, there could be like levels and like quality or something, or variance maybe. Oh yeah, it could be variance instead. Yeah, that might be good. Like you could find a rare acid flask. Kind of like the mushrooms. That's what I do with the mushrooms. I really recommend you do a lot of it in your free time if you can. I feel that's where people learn the most. I mean, you know, going to college for it helps a lot for sure. But let's see here. Yeah, so this y minus 124 and this plus 62. I think that should be a good lineup. All right, yeah, let's make some some variants of these. It's a little bit variable, Twin Tails. The big thing about the difficulty in the game is that basically the more you explore, generally the easier the game gets in a sense, because a lot of it is about like resource management, and the more you explore, generally the more resources you got. But also there's a lot of ways to make the game easier, especially if you're a scumbag in the game gets a lot easier. Like if you don't mind, like, because like every NPC in the game can be attacked and killed or stolen from. Like you can pickpocket anything. Like you can just, like, if you find a shop, you can just murder the shopkeeper and take all their stuff. So there is quite a bit of flexibility here. Like you can make the game trivial by just murdering the right people. So the difficulty varies a lot depending on what you're willing to do. That means a lot of the game, in a sense, is sort of like self-imposed difficulty, right? You're kind of like limited what you want to do or not want to do. There's a lot of shit just lying around for you to take advantage of. I mean, you're still sort of limited, you can't bring infinite items into combat and stuff. But but in general, it's not intended to be a particularly difficult game. But there is like some... I am experimenting with some like difficulty levels as well. Spelunky is a lot harder, I think. And also in Spelunky, you're not... In Spelunky, when you steal from a shopkeeper, like, that's a very dangerous thing to do in general. In this, it is a dangerous thing too, but... And you do kind of have to pay for it, in a sense, later. Because if you do a lot of crimes, there's some monsters in the game that become hostile. The angels in the game are these NPCs, these really powerful alien-looking creatures. And if you've committed some crimes, these things hunt you down and kill you. And they're very dangerous. So, you know, there are, like, you know, there's drawbacks to playing in certain ways. But I think it's not enough to actually compensate. Like, the angels being hostile to you is enough to be like... It's like somewhat... It somewhat compensates for your extra resources, but it doesn't fully compensate for it at all. Like, being a scumbag is still making the game much easier overall. Okay. So let's make some weaker acid flasks here. So let's go into the item database. Let's go into battle items. There is the throne items. Yeah, they do. So you might want to murder the angels anyway. But oh boy, if you do that, now they're hunting you down. Well, it's, you know, it might luck you out of some specific endings. Not necessarily locks you out of the good ending. Okay, there it is. So, bomb, Molotov, dynamite, firebomb, acid bomb. So there's... Yeah, there it is. So I'm gonna have some levels to these. Yeah. Yeah, this has been unfinished. This layout has been unfinished for years. Oh yeah, that was the end of the soundtrack here. I can put on some vid game music. How about Area of Sorrow? It's a good one. Alright, so I'm gonna add to the acid bomb some different levels. So I'm gonna grab the item level data, because any item can have item level data. Item identify. Item level, there it is. Okay, acid bombs. There you go. Yeah, no, in this one, I mean, it can in the short term. Being a jerk can actually make things harder. You need to be a careful jerk. You need to be like a sociopath, basically, right? You need to just not really you need to just completely, like, think about things in a completely, like, strategic way. Like, you need, like, to make the game as easy as possible, you need to just act as, like, there's no ethics, there's no morals. The only things that matter is, like, whether or not acting good here is good for you, you know? But yeah, the resources you get, I think, more than make up for angels being angry at you. I mean, the angels are really bad, but you can just avoid them. You don't need to fight them, right? You can just run away if you see one. And if you know what you're doing, you can just kill them. They're really dangerous. Right now, they're not that dangerous. They need to be harder, but they're really nasty. Angels are very nasty. Even the weakest of angels have some really dangerous powers. Every time you attack an angel, you get struck by lightning, basically. It's not good, folks. Alright, so the variance is this, and then... I'm not super familiar with that, but maybe. So this way, now I'm gonna get a variant using the 2-digit number of the item's level. So the 10s are going to be the variant, and the units is going to be the level. So I can use this here. For now, I'll just look at the level itself. So the 10s digit is going to be ignored. And later I can have different variants of those flasks. And here I can actually add... in the name, a level... and then use item level here. So it's actually, the name's actually going to say the level of acid bomb it is. And then for now, so the base damage is going to be reduced. Okay. And then the amount of burn is going to be... this. I mean, I played some SMT games. I played one of those on the 3DS. Was it 5, I think? But I don't remember, like, your actions being sort of like... Was it 4? Anyway, the one on 3DS. But I don't remember, like, your actions sort of Like, I remember, like, you taking a side, but not really having much of a, like, a gameplay effect on... in that way, I guess. Like, it seemed like it was just a completely separate decision from your gameplay. It was just sort of a narrative question, right? Like, you had to either side with the demons or with the weird scientists, I guess, or like heaven. Or take like a neutral route, I think. Which I think I read that like the neutral route is super difficult to get. Like, it's a really like elaborate thing. Okay, so this should make the acid bomb a lot weaker. I'm gonna do the same for the firebomb. No, I think it's really just answers to questions. I don't think it has anything to do with your gameplay. Yeah, I didn't beat it either, but I got to the part where, you know, where they're starting to ask you to take a side. Okay, I think this should be... I think this should work. So yeah, now the level 1 acid bomb and fire bomb should be much weaker. Let's test it out. Oh, is that... I've been seeing a lot of AI-generated memes going around. It seems to be the thing right now. Oh. Wait. Oh, did I delete a message by mistake? I think I might have deleted a message by mistake, sorry. I clicked, I think maybe it, like, took a message, like, and tried to... I might have, like, clicked the window on, like, a button to, asking me to whether a message was okay or not. I might have deleted a message there, sorry. Oh, never mind then. Yeah, I thought I'd click because because as soon as I clicked the window, it disappeared. I thought that was me who did that. Like I thought like the because when someone swears or something in a chat line, you know, it just shows up 2 buttons whether to keep or remove the message. So I thought maybe like I clicked the window to highlight it just as these buttons appeared, right? But no, okay, that's fine then. Never mind. Okay, so let's see if this is better. So this should not be nearly as dangerous as before. Okay, yeah, it's not quite as dangerous. It's still quite dangerous because it does burn, so it's basically like a short effect poison. But you know, it's more appropriate to that level at least. They still have their the layering is still all wrong. Woof. If you have a good spear, it's not nearly as bad, I imagine. I should probably make the healing flask he's got a lot weaker too. Okay, so he's out of fire bombs. Should start using the acid bomb there. Woof. They're quite important in this. Let's try to kill this guy now. That probably makes the battle a lot easier. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, a lot of regular damage causes status effects as side effects. Yeah, focusing on Rupert is really the thing to do here. Yeah, he's basically got nothing if you kill Rupert. I need to fix that layering issue. It's supposed to be that when a battle begins, when you spawn enemies, they're supposed to automatically get the appropriate depth, but I think that part might be busted. Yeah, without piercing weapons, this takes forever. Yeah, I'm thinking I should probably cut down his health. Especially since he's got someone healing him, too. Yeah, since he takes... I mean, actually, let's test with piercing weapons, see how big the difference is. Because it's possible that right now, if you use piercing weapons, he feels like just the right length. Right now, without piercing weapons, he definitely feels way too slow, right? But if you have the right weapons, he might be just fine. And I would be okay with that. Although, the big problem here is that this guy, this would be the first time that you fight one of these monsters. So it would be a good time to teach the player to use piercing weapons against them. So I'm not sure how I could do that. Maybe this fight could be a little bit more cinematic, right? Oh yeah, what if that battle is a bit more cinematic than this? What if there's a guard nearby who joins the battle and has a spear and basically tells you the spear works well, you know? But then he gets eaten during the fight. And so during the very fight itself, the monster basically gains like an extra attack. But before that, this guy gets to tell you to use piercing weapons. That might be really good. So right away, I'm teaching the player how to fight these things. Although at the same time, this guy is a very optional kind of fight. It's actually, you're supposed to avoid that fight, so that might not be the good moment to teach the player this. Because a lot of players are not going to see it, so I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, it could be this guy. This little goblin here. Maybe he joins the fight. And he gets gobbled up. But yeah, the fact that you don't... yeah, I don't know. So let's do a party of level 4, but only 3 characters. And let's prepare a little bit more. Well, the game does tell you when damage is resisted. So let's just grab this spear. And some darts for Fritz. And a bow for Gladys. There you go. And let's teach Gladys to use bows. Let's put Gladys in the back row. Can you already use bows? Nope. She is a rogue, so using bows should just be about getting the bows. That's the book for it. Let's use on Gladys. Bows 1. There you go. Bows 2, ranged combat. There you go. So, that should be Gladys fighting with this. Pars is gonna equip the spear. Oh, two-handed now. Not strong enough to use this. It's too heavy. Uh-oh. I can raise agility easily enough, but raising strength is a bit harder. ring. There you go. You got a strength ring now. Bam! And that is still not enough to actually wield that spear properly. So weak. Alright, let's get... two-handed manual. Two-handed melee. Pole arms 1. There you go. And now you can use spears. Yeah, as soon as you upgrade two-handed, your strength boost for two-handing a weapon goes up. Okay, and you... what could you use? I guess I gave Fritz some throwing darts. Does Fritz have... So what are Fritz's skills here? Daggers, throwing. Alright, there you go. So, already good at that. Alright. Let's see. Let's see if this party is enough to take down Strahd and Rupert. Explore 100. Okay, so, spear. 22, yeah, that's some good damage right away. Throw some darts. That is not a lot of damage. And shoot. 8 damage, that's not bad. Now, it is going to be healing. Let's take you down up here. The darts are doing very low damage. Alright, so threw a bomb here. Throw a dart. 4 damage. Shoot an arrow. There you go. You're dead. And now let's finish it up. Oh yeah, that spear alone is making a huge difference. The darts are really weak though. Gladys from the back row is really doing a number on him. There you go. Yeah, with the appropriate weapons. Oh, also retrieved some darts and arrows. Yeah, right. It is very useful to be able to retrieve some of the items at the end of the battle. Just retrieved 1 dart and 2 arrows. Alright. Yeah, so it's not too bad, I think. I think that the difficulty level of this fight is not that bad. Especially if you know to kind of try and kill Rupert as fast as you can. Yeah, it's not that bad at all. Alright, so yeah, let's fix the depth issue. It's a bit annoying. Yeah, let's make sure that the depth here. Yeah, let's arrange the depth better. Oh shit! It's hard to fire though. Damn. Well, it's almost midnight here, so I'm probably not gonna stream for much longer either. Yeah. Heart of Fire is a bop, as they say. Let's see if this fixes the problem. So, explore 100. There you go. That's some better layering. I noticed that it doesn't actually show the amount that's being healed. Also, the position of that is way too high. The maximum position should be, like the maximum height of this box should be somewhere here. Let's do that right now, actually. Let's set a maximum height for that box. And after that, I'll spend the rest of the stream just doing that little animation of this guy walking. Yeah, it would be really cool if, like, a guard was devoured by the monster while you're there. And maybe the guard, like, drops the spear. Maybe the guard, while being eaten, like, throws its spear at Pars. Who gets to... So, if Pars doesn't have a weapon, doesn't have a piercing weapon, then in this battle, you just get one. Right? That would be cool. But again, that feels like something that would be best for a battle that you're certain to see instead of, or at least likely to see. I think it would be very difficult to mod my game, because the levels aren't loaded externally. The levels are all using Game Maker stuff. There's some stuff that's loaded externally, like enemy stats and text. There's a lot of little things that are loaded externally, but the most important thing for a mod basically is like levels, right? Like that's what, you know, that's what you really need. Otherwise, you're just kind of swapping stats around. You can't even change like enemy abilities or anything. So I don't know. Okay, so I think this is the problem right here. Draw X and draw Y is taken from the character's X and Y position. And, well, I mean, I'm using Game Maker just like Undertale, right? Although Undertale was made with a previous version. So I'm not sure if the same... Because I don't know anything about how they did that. So I don't know if it might be like there's a way to decompile the games or something. So if it was through like decompiling the games, it would depend on how much Game Maker has changed since that version. Because Game Maker Studio 2 is pretty different, like, internally. So it might be... I don't know how easy or hard it would be to hack a GMS2 game. It might be the same thing. It might be the exact same thing. So in this case, then, yeah, I guess it wouldn't be too difficult to hack. Yeah, at that point, it's something that really depends more on Game Maker than on my own game. I mean, I don't know, what does the Undertale Yellow do, you know? Does it just... Is it like, you know, a completely different game? Or is it more like sprites are different and... Does it just like add some extra like encounters and characters and battles and stuff, or... Also, it might depend. Maybe that, depending on what was changed, it could be because of the specific way that Toby Fox programmed the game. Like if, like, say, the projectile, like, it saved the projectile patterns of the people you fight in the game. If they're all, like, external, you know, they're, like, loaded externally from files, then you could probably modify them. So, yeah, it depends on a lot of stuff. But I don't know anything about hacking Game Maker games, so I couldn't tell you. So battle panels. Well, is it actually based on the original game, or is it just a completely new game? That's just like, you know, because you can just make... You can just make a completely, like, a game from the ground up. just using like assets of another game, right? So, like, you know, it can be a lot of things. Like expansion, yeah, okay, so, I mean, as an expansion, then it's probably just added content to the same game, then, right? So yeah, maybe they decompiled the game or something. That's possible. Or maybe Toby Fox released the source of the game at one point, or they just found the source somewhere. Like, I don't know, maybe like the porting team or something leaked the source. I don't know. There's a lot of different ways people can like modify a game, but it's very possible it was just decompiled. Again, I don't really know much about how that works. I know that in older Game Maker versions you could decompile the game. I know there's one Game Maker version in particular that was really easy to decompile because the executable that Game Maker ran and the editable version were like almost the same thing. Wasn't it? Wasn't there a version of Game Maker where you just had to like change one thing about... You just had to change like one thing and the game became editable, essentially? I think I remember that. Yeah, I think I remember something about an old Game Maker version where like decompiling was extremely easy. There wasn't even really a process. You just needed to change like a little hex thing in the file, and you could just load it up in Game Maker. Pretty sure I remember that. But I imagine that's not the case anymore. It's probably more complicated now. Okay. Was Undertale made with Game Maker 5? No, no way. That's way too old. Nah, GM... Oh, I mean, unless you mean the Game Maker that was easy to decompile. Right. Yeah, no, yeah, that might have been. Yeah, the version 5 and before that, maybe. Or maybe it wasn't that you could make it editable by changing just a single thing. Maybe it was you could make it into debug mode. To get, like, all the, you know, all the debug stuff active. Maybe that was it. Okay, let's see here. Okay, I'm not sure why this is, Okay, I'll need to put a breakpoint here, because I need to know why it's appearing that high here. Yeah, I'll do a little check here to see. So meanwhile, let's animate this thing. so I have that game you're hearing the soundtrack of. I have it right here. Just realized that it's been right next to me this whole time. I really love this game. It's a really good, it's a really solid Metroidvania. It's a lovely little game. I don't know if I actually like it more than Symphony of the Night, but it's definitely really good. Okay, there you go. Now, the position now is 183.68. And that's showing this. Well, I don't know about that. Some of them I'm not that fond of. I don't think any of them is like really bad, but there's definitely a few that I like a bit less. I don't mind Harmony of Dissonance that much. I don't think any of them is bad. I think that at their very worst, they're still quite fun. But it's just very hard to beat, like, yeah, Symphony of the Night and Area of Sorrow. But I think they all have a lot to offer. I mean, there's a few that have like specific design decisions that I really don't like. Like Dawn of Sorrow's biggest problem being like putting like half of the game's items and equipment into a crafting system instead of hiding them, you know, for exploration, which is just an absolute mistake. Okay, so why is this a problem here? So aim menu position Y is 160. Okay. And then it's forced between 208 minus the height of the sprite. Okay, no, that's the other thing. Okay. This one is... Wait, which one is this? Okay, 48 is draw Y, okay. 160. Minus the height of the sprite, 175. Okay. Multiplied by this. Times this, minus, okay. So I think the problem is this, yeah. 48 is way too, yeah, okay. I need to move... Yeah, the minimum should not be 48 here. The minimum should be like 64. Yeah. The minimum height should be 64. All right. I still haven't actually finished Bloodstained, Ritual of the Night. I really should. I stopped playing because I hit a crash, like a repeated crash that I couldn't. Like there was this one room and I needed to go through it, and every time I entered it, it crashed the game, no matter what. So that just stopped my play completely. I just, stopped playing entirely. And by now, I imagine they fixed it, so I should probably go back to it. I think it was just like some monsters, like a graphical effect was causing a crash. I don't know. I think I'm really towards the end of the game too in that, so it's always a bit awkward to stop playing at the very end of a game and then come back later. There you go. Oh, that's still too high. Now it's in the way of the choose parses target thing. If a monster is past a certain size or is very high, maybe the panel should be low instead. That might make sense. Anyway, for now at least it's more readable. I'll just move it a little bit further down to like 80. Yeah, 80 pixels. There you go. Alright, I'll just finish animating this. And that'll be it for tonight. Yeah, I think I've seen a little bit of Time Spinner, actually. I think I saw some development streams of that on Twitch. Yeah, it seems really nice. Had a very fun little had a really fun little art style. I think I remember seeing some really cool looking bosses too. I remember also Hearthforth Alicia, I think. I think that was also Metroidvania. I remember some really nice tiles for this. Actually, I remember most of it wasn't tiles. It was just like hand-drawn. Like I remember the artist working on these gigantic single images for certain areas. It's really just an absurd amount of work. It's really impressive. I'm not actually sure if it's a Metroidvania. It might be more of a classic platformer. It was side view though, pretty sure. Also, well, Chasm was pretty fun, but I think it didn't quite work. I think that game didn't quite work. But I appreciate what they were trying to do. That was the game that was going for a sort of Metroidvania Diablo. Yes, Hearthforth Alicia definitely has that kind of super detailed, nice illustrations. Yeah. Yeah, very storybook-like. Chasm is more of a typical pixel art look, although it's very high quality pixel art from Indigo. So visually speaking, that game is very, very good. But yeah, it was going for a sort of procedurally generated Metroidvania. Yeah, that one, I think that they had problems partway through development. Actually, like I wrote like a blog post about that, but I get the feeling that they changed their plans partway through development in a way that sort of simplified the game. I think that what might have happened was that it was like maybe it used to like generate giant roguelike sort of Metroidvania mazes. But then I think they might have realized that the roguelike sort of like their prog-gen levels, their huge prog-gen levels, maybe spread their content too thin. And so the game felt too repetitive. So they like simplified a lot of the game to just make it like smaller. But as a result, it feels like there's very little variation. Like if you try to play a second time, because the game just generates once, it doesn't regenerate every time. You have to start over a new game for it to generate again. And if you play a second game, like you can tell that the layout is different, but it's not like different in like fundamental ways. Right? You basically recognize the same areas. Like it doesn't feel like it's really the experience doesn't really feel like significantly new. It feels more new in the same way that Diablo feels new. But even that, it's less than that because there's less like gear. There's not really like random loot or anything. So it really feels like you're just playing the same game again. And like, yeah, I think that they might have started with a much more unique idea, but had to basically like I think they might have realized that the idea didn't work partway through, and that sort of forced them to to rethink their approach. And the result is just something that's a bit more generic than what they were going for, unfortunately. It's too bad. But that's the impression I had while playing the game. Can't know for sure. I can't know for sure that that's what happened, but that's the vibe I got from it. Because I remember seeing... Because at one point I had some problems in the game. I was looking for some help online. I think I was stuck on there's a glitch or something. And looking over the game online, I realized that there was like a demo early on, and the demo had a bunch of shit that wasn't in the final game. Like, there was an early demo, like a Kickstarter demo, I think, and it had a lot more like Diablo. It was a lot more Diablo. Like, there were like procedurally generated weapons with random enchantments and stuff. There was like... I think, yeah, there was like more random drop stuff. There was more like... There were elements. There were like damage elements. In the final game, there's no elements. There's no procedurally generated items at all. It's all very... it's all like very... it just feels like it's not a roguelike at all. And it feels like it's just... a very normal Metroidvania that just so happens to have most of its areas be sort of like swapped. Like it feels like a normal Metroidvania where the rooms get swapped around at random. That's it. And of course, because the rooms are swappable, a lot of the rooms are very samey looking. They're very interchangeable because they have to be. And because of that, you don't really get the advantages of a roguelike, but you only get the disadvantages. So yeah, that's... it's unfortunate. But yeah, they kind of end up with the worst of both worlds. And yeah, that really sucks. The game itself was fun, though. Like, it was fun to play. It was like well made, well polished. It looked nice. There were some really intense boss battles. There was some other ideas too, like the roguelike, like the roguelike versus Metroidvania thing wasn't the only like idea of it. Like another part of it was that it would be like there's a town atop the there's a town atop the dungeon that you explore. And the town gets, like, it starts completely empty and it sort of becomes more lively as you explore. As you find more people in the maze, they slowly start to populate the town, and by the end, it's like, it feels more like a bustling little town. And that's really fun. Hollow Knight kind of did that too, but that game kind of pushed that a little more extreme. Yeah, that's really fun. That was a fun little idea. And I think it delivers on that fairly well. So yeah, I think that game had had some things to offer. I think it was pretty pleasant. But yeah, there is definitely some ways that these two genres clash. I don't think they're necessarily impossible to merge together, but they're difficult to merge together. I think, Rogue Legacy was also... Rogue Legacy was also kind of trying to do that, right? I never really got into Rogue Legacy myself, but I know a lot of people love that. Also, Dungeon Crawl, yeah. I actually quite like Dungeon Crawl. I only beat it once. I did a 5-rune run that I won one time. With Minotaur Berserker, of course. But yes, I am quite fond of Dungeon Crawl, Stone Soup. And I think that game probably has at least some influence over this game. I think probably has at least a little bit of influence. Just a bit. Just a touch. I think I liked Rogue Legacy, I guess, but like I had some fun with it. But it felt repetitive. I don't know. I don't know. I find it kind of hard to tell what exactly I didn't like about it. Maybe the levels, the rooms. Maybe there was I think it was maybe the rooms in Rogue Legacy I didn't like. Like it felt like the really basic layouts of the rooms. It felt like Babby's first Game Maker game, you know? Oh well, you might have played the best Metroidvania ever made, Doc Champa, so that's a bit unfortunate. That means you're probably gonna be let down by all the others you play. I'm pretty fucking sure Hollow Knight is the best Metroidvania ever made. I'm pretty sure. I mean, okay, no, I need to qualify that because, like, there's several kinds of Metroidvanias, right? So, you know, like, it doesn't quite like there's certain buttons that some Metroidvanias push that Metroidvania wasn't really about, you know? Like, there's some very RPG-ish sides to a lot of Metroidvanias, and Hollow Knight was really not that. It was really... Hollow Knight was much closer to Metroid than to, like, the typical Metroidvanias. So I guess depending on the sides of Metroidvanias you like, you know, it might not actually. But I think as far as, like, the Metroid side of Metroidvanias, I think Hollow Knight is just straight up the best of them. I think it's not even close. I think Super Metroid does not hold it. I mean, okay, you could say, you know, Hollow Knight stands on the shoulders of giants, but you know, like without Super Metroid, Hollow Knight couldn't exist, obviously. So it's not really fair to say it, but I mean, I think very clearly, like, Hollow Knight is the best of the genre. But yeah, unfortunately, yes, if you play Hollow Knight first, I think, like, Super Metroid is probably not gonna hold a candle to it. Actually, you know what? No. I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true. I think Super Metroid is still gonna be fun. Because it's not just like... Hollow Knight is just, like, you know, just so polished and so great and so fluid. But, I mean, Super Metroid isn't just... Like, it's an older game, but it's also, like, very different. So I think actually, you would probably have fun with Super Metroid anyway. Oh, yes. Yeah, by, forget the name, but yeah, I played that too. Yeah, it's good. That's good. I never played I think there's other Momodora games too, right? I only played that one. But yeah, if you liked Hollow Knight, I would say you actually might have a lot of fun with Super Metroid as well. I mean, like, Super Metroid isn't exactly like the grand poppy of Metroidvanias, really Metroid games, obviously. But it's like the one sort of super common inspirations that most people who make those games usually cite. And it's a very, very well polished. It's very atmospheric. It's got that dance atmosphere that's so important in that genre. Also, another game that used to be my favorite indie game, period, is La Mulana. But La Mulana's appeal is so different from the typical Metroidvanias that it feels like it's not quite comparable. It feels like it's very... Like, it's not quite... Like, it's a Metroidvania. It's undeniable. La Mulana is a Metroidvania game. But... it's like the appeal of La Mulana feels like it's closer in a lot of ways to Myst, right? Like it's such a different... The focus of the game is so much more heavily on puzzles, but the exploration aspect is huge, and it is so good for it. But it's like the puzzles loom so large in La Mulana that it's kind of hard to compare it to other Metroidvanias because of it. Like, it is an archaeology game, right? You have to feel like you're Indiana Jones when you play La Mulana. Like, you are Indiana Jones, and there are puzzles all over these ruins. And if you mess up your puzzles, you're gonna be squished by a giant boulder. It's gonna happen. You know? That's the vibe, right? The vibe of La Mulana is these are very dangerous ruins that you're exploring, and you're looking for the treasure. And I don't think I ever played a game that quite had this exact vibe, or that did it quite as well. It's really special. I really recommend it. It's very, very special. It is the kind of game, though, like, you have to be in the right mindset. You have to have paper and a pencil, and you have to make notes, right? It's that kind of game. You have to really, get into it. And if you do, I think it is amazing. It's a very unique kind of game. It's very unique in that way. But that's what I mean, right? Like, sometimes it can be hard to compare games that have the same genre but are just kind of going for very different vibes. Like Symphony of the Night, that's the other huge Metroidvania. It's like the actual Metroidvania, right? So Castlevania Symphony of the Night, it 100% holds up. It's an amazing game. I play the soundtrack. It's the most common soundtrack I play on my stream. It has got this amazing vibe, this amazing music. It is really fun. It's really simple. It's not too hard. It's actually really kind of easy. It just it's smooth. It just goes down easy, You just go through it, and it feels like an adventure. It is really, really good. That is, I think, if you want to get into Metroidvanias, and if you've never tried the more RPG side of Metroidvanias, like I said, there's kind of these two main, it's kind of these two main, pillars of the genre, I guess. The more Metroid-ish and the more RPG-ish. So if you want to get a good sample of what the games look like on the opposite end of Hollow Knight, Castlevania Symphony of the Night, that's the one you want to try. And it is extremely good. Very good. It is a game that has an absurd amount of content. That's the biggest thing about it. It's such a huge game. There's so many things to find. There's so many absurd secrets in that game. There's there's spots in that game where if you stand in that spot for 10 seconds, you move down on an elevator and you get a unique item. There's so many weird, stupid secrets that like there's so much stuff in that game, right? It's like it's an absolute, like, it feels like a treasure hunt as you play through. It is a real joy to play. And another game that I played the soundtrack just before this earlier, Castlevania Area of Sorrow for the Game Boy Advance. That is I don't know if it's my second favorite or my favorite of that series, but that's another really, really good one that I recommend. So yeah, those are the other side of the Metroidvania spectrum. The one with RPG stats and a lot of gear, a lot of treasure to find. Because that's the thing that's really, like, you know, Hollow Knight has a lot of stuff to find in it. I think it did a pretty good job of still sort of pushing those like finding cool stuff buttons with, like, the badges. Were they badges? I forget. You know, there were a lot of little things to find. I think most of the cool things to find in Hollow Knight are really just little characters. I think that did a good job to that. You know, you just want to find all these weird little characters, and they're everywhere, and that's kind of your reward for exploring, is to just finding, like, more of these, like, adorable little bug people. And, you know, that's a pretty good reward, I think. I think that works pretty well. But I think most people who are into Metroidvanias and didn't like Hollow Knight, I would say it's probably because they were hoping for something that's a bit more like an RPG. It's a bit more like Symphony of the Night, so they didn't feel the calling. They didn't feel the calling of the loot, you know? They didn't feel the calling of number goes up. Yes. I mean, I don't think... I think that Castlevania Symphony of the Night is probably one of the easiest... It's probably one of the easiest games to recommend, I think. It is so easy to enjoy, you know? It's not like a perfect game or anything. Like, I think there's a few moments in the game that are a little clunky. But, you know, all the games have moments like that, really. You know, there's a few moments in the game where you can get kind of stuck in a way that's not fun, right? Like, depending on... Like, there's a few moments in the game where, like, depending on where you've been to and when you haven't been to, it's easy to just not know what the game expects you to do next, right? There's a few bits like this, like one or two I can think of, right? So, you know, it's not like a flawless game, but, oof, it's pretty damn close. Yeah, it's definitely one of those games that I find is like very effortless to just go back through, like go back to again every few years to just play through and just like beat it in an afternoon. Even though it's pretty meaty, there's a lot to it, but you know, it's like a pair of old... That Castlevania Symphony of the Night is like a... It's like a pair of old shoes, you know? Well, let's not get into that, Twin Tails. Oh, jeez. Let's not get into that. Actually, you know what? I'm not wondering. Is it a good idea? I'm not wondering. maybe it is a good idea to spoil that. Because I think most people are never going to know. I mean, is it something... Well, let's just say that Twin Tails just said something there that one might consider a big spoiler for like a big secret in the game. But... it's the kind of thing where if you don't know about it, you're just never going to see it, and that would be a big shame. Because no one finds that on their own. And like the world is no longer talking about that game, so the chances that you organically find out about it are extremely slim nowadays. So let's just leave it at that. Let's just leave it at this one statement. This one statement from Twin Tails here. Let's just leave it at that. Let's just let that phrase sink in. And if you play the game and you make it through and you never find anything that could be described as this, that tells you, ooh, I'm missing something. Maybe I should explore more. Or look it up online. Because that's actually quite... yeah, actually, I wonder... is it a good... should I actually go out of my way to spoil that? If I'm telling someone to play that game, and I know they probably don't know about it, would they actually find it on their own? I don't know. Are there a lot of hints about it in the game even? No, there aren't really any hints at all. Yeah, I think most people, if they played that game today and didn't know about that, they would just never know that it's there. And they would just miss it. Like, does it even happen at all? That people find it on their own if they don't know? I don't even know. Well, let's not explain it too much. But yeah, I mean, I think a completion... I think a completionist would find it. I think... wait, actually, if you explore the entirety, is that enough to actually unlock it? I think so. Like, you would find everything... Well, you'll see. But yeah, it's actually, Well, at least you know there is something important to find. I think that's enough information. If you're a completionist, I think that is enough. That might be enough. Knowing at least that there is something large... I think that might be enough to ensure you find it if you're a completionist. I think if you were not a completionist, you would definitely not find it. Absolutely. But I think a completionist, as long as you know that there is something that you can miss, something very large. Yeah, I think that thing is probably the boldest sort of thing that a developer has ever made completely missable in a big budget game. I can't think... Does it? Does the ending just tell you? I don't think it does. I think the ending is, like, obviously, like, weird. Right? It's, like, weird, like, it feels like a weird ending, but I don't think the ending actually, like, tells you that you missed something. I think that's the part that makes it so bold. Like, the game just doesn't tell you missed something. And you missed something. Oh, fuck, you did. Oh, you fucking missed something. Yeah, I don't know. I think that at the time of that game's release, it was definitely more likely that people stumble upon it on their own because that was a very different time, right? Like you didn't have like a billion free games on the internet. So every game generally, I think people were more likely to be completionists back then in general, right? Oh, really? I didn't remember that. Like Alucard just straight up says that? Oh, I must have missed something. Oh, jeez. Oh boy, what happened? Oh, I forgot that. But I think that back then, definitely, I think it was more likely that people find it. I see you, Santi. Thanks for dropping by. Yeah, I'm gonna stop pretty soon too. I'm pretty much done animating this bad boy. Just need to move the arms a bit. But yeah, I think back then, definitely, it was more likely that people find it because yeah, like back then, like people had to wring out every game they play like dry, right? Like you didn't have like a billion games vying for your attention online. You didn't have like, a billion uh TV series, Like I feel like almost every gamer back then was some kind of completionist. Well, you are free to speculate how you wish. But yeah, I mean, it's something that the game is very famous for, but yeah. It's a very infamous twist. I think it's especially infamous for how easy it is to miss it. Yeah, that's what I thought, right? Yeah. There's no hint at all that you missed something other than like the ending being like weird. Okay, so there's kind of like an in between thing where you can have if you were close to getting it but you missed it, then it hints you strong. Okay, that's interesting. So if you completely just zoom past it, right? Like you're not completionist at all. You just try to, like you're just trying to get it over with. Yeah, I mean strategy guides were always a little bit like that, but I think the big the big appeal of that was just sort of like the storytelling that would erupt around the game, right? Like people would exchange stories about, wow, I killed that weird little ghost thing and I got the fucking super best sword. I got an incredible sword that allowed me to kill everything, right? Like, people have stories. Wow, I killed a Medusa head and I got this thing and wow, it never happened before, right? Like playground storytelling. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, the game does not tell you at all that you missed something. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'll probably drop by every once in a while. But yeah, I stream almost every night. The only night I never stream at is on Mondays on Twitch. Just dropping by YouTube today because of that strike. It's actually, but I might do some more occasional YouTube streams. Yeah, thanks for dropping by, little skull kid. Yeah, I feel like that's the real appeal of like rare drops in games. Fortunately, they've kind of turned into their own separate thing by now, but I really like rare item drops for that specific reason of getting some people like something really weird happen to them that they can sort of talk to their friends about. That kind of has it adds a bit of a mystique to a game, you know, to have these. But of course, you know, people who want to be able to collect everything in the game, to them, rare drops are a nightmare. And this game, by the way, if see you, little skull kid. But yeah, if you want to be a completionist in that way, if you want every item in this game, in Castlevania Symphony of the Night, you don't want that. That game is going to destroy you if you want to have every item. There's so many like rare drops in that game. Like there's so many like super rare items. There's like a super rare drop that like I don't wanna there's a lot of cool little things I don't wanna spoil, but I think you're excited enough to try the game. I don't need to push it too hard. But yeah, there's some stuff that's like super rare, and then if you have two of them, they like combine to do something cool. But the only way to get even one is to grind like one enemy in one location for like an hour. And they did something special if you got two. What the fuck is wrong with them? It's so absurd, the amount of things they put in this game that they should not have. I mean, I was meant, you know, this was about a very specific thing here, but still, yeah, this game has an absurd number of hidden shit. That game feels like what happens when people have absolutely no filter on features they want to add to a game. You know? Like, they just have a bunch of ideas of things to add into the game, and they don't cut any of them. They just keep every single one. Well, I mean, I do understand. I understand how grinding can be enjoyable. But, you know, some games I feel are asking for a lot, you know? This game is definitely one of them. Like I said, because these, like, I feel like the intention here was never to have anyone try to collect all the items, especially in, I mean, there's a lot of more modern games that I feel that's actually, right, like they actually expect people to collect everything, right, like they actually like reward you for having everything. But these old games, that was, I feel that was really never the intention. The intention was just to have these stories come out from like one person in a community, like one kid on the playground has this crazy story about finding this crazy sword or this crazy shield, you know? Like that was the you know, I feel that was the actual intention of these things. It just has kind of a unfortunate side effect for people who just want to have everything, because you kind of have to kill something, you know, like 120 times on average to get the thing now. It's unfortunate. Also, there's some additional unfortunate things here too. Where like some super secret stuff in Symphony of the Night kind of like completely breaks the game too. And, you know, if you enjoy breaking the game, then that can be fun. But if you get a really lucky drop, and you just get, like, the super murder weapon, you know? And you just don't know, but it just ruins the game, right? It just makes everything way too easy. It just unbalances the game completely. Then, in a sense, it's like there's a small way, there's a small chance, there's a tiny chance to ruin the game for someone. So, the value of that gets a little more doubtful sometimes. Oh, hey! Every boss in the game is trivialized! Yes! Well, but, you know, sometimes breaking a game is kind of its own fun. But, you know, that to me, that always feels like something you want to do on, like, a second playthrough, or as a reward for having found everything, you know? But yeah, I understand that. You know, like grinding can be sort of fun in a sort of way to just kind of like, you know, sort of drone. You kind of like drone music, you know, just kind of a chill, repetitive activity that has a bit of a fun theme to it, you know. I get it. Alright, I think... I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that's true. I can think of some really solid bosses in all of them. I think so. So these Metroidvanias, the very RPG oriented Metroidvanias, they tend to have a thing in them that allows. They tend to have this problem where, depending on the gear you find, you can make like all bosses basically just something you have to mash, and they're dead. I think Symphony of the Night does a pretty good job of making the bosses interesting, as long as you didn't find too many of those rare drops. As soon as you find a rare drop, everything becomes... Well, there's also, like, there's a thing you can do in the game that makes every boss really easy. I'm not gonna say, because it can kind of ruin it, to know you can do a thing, to know what you can do to make everything way easier. So I'm not gonna spoil it. Nobody say anything. But yeah, like there's certain things in the game that can sort of, like, unfortunately, like, it's not really easier. You know, there's a lot, like, it's an RPG, it's got a lot of stats, right? So there's always going to be some things you can do to make the game easier, and that's fine. Like, that's part of the reason for the whole leveling thing, right? It allows some people who are struggling to just kind of grind out a little bit, or just explore more. Like, on the worst, to grind a little bit, but on the best, explore a bit more and just naturally get a little stronger and come back and then have an easier time. I feel that's usually the ideal solution, you know? If instead of just having to stand there and fight, you just have other places to go to first, and then just by exploring these other places, you just kind of naturally have your little guy get stronger, and then you can come back, and then you can kill that boss, and that's fun. That feels like you earned, you know? It feels like it wasn't too repetitive either. You were exploring something new. So to me, that's like the ideal, right? And that game has that. It has that quite a bit. But there's certain things in the game that can actually make all bosses, like, trivial, which I feel kind of ruins it a bit. There's one weapon in particular that you're probably not gonna get. You're probably not gonna get it. There's one weapon in particular that makes every single boss extremely... Actually, there's several. There's several weapons in the game that make the entire game, like, trivial if you just know how to use them. But it's also kind of fun to experiment and figure those out, right? So that's kind of its own appeal, too. Like, figuring out how to break the game by experimenting with all the things you find. Like, that's part of the appeal. I was a little bit disappointed when I realized that Bloodstained Ritual of the Night had the exact same thing you could do. And I know that it was on purpose too. I know they did that on purpose. But I was a bit disappointed that you could do the exact same thing to make basically all the bosses trivial in that game too. I played the Binding of Isaac quite a bit too. I didn't completely clear it. I don't think I've ever fought Hush still. But I think that's like the only thing I haven't done in that game. Well, other than like unlocking, you know, I never like played with the Lost, and you know, I beat the game at least with one. I beat quite a few things with like, you know, at least one character. So I played like a few hundred hours of that at least. Yeah, I really like it too. Definitely a lot of fun. Yeah, the shield rod is a big one. Although the shield rod, that's a thing where like the shield rod, that's another example of like how the game has just an absurd amount of content. Like, that's nuts. The shield rod is so nuts on just a pure, like, just on a pure basis of like the kind of work that goes into a game to just add like little things. There's a random scepter. There's a rod you can find in the game. Actually, I'm not gonna spoil it. You're gonna find it eventually. It's easy to find. But wow, that's the amount of content to this game is absurd. Damn. Yeah, I think I unlocked every character except the Lost? I'm not sure. But yeah, I played quite a bit. I played quite a bit of that game. Really like it. Okay, I think this bad boy is done. I'm pretty happy with this animation. Let's plop it in and call it a night. So characters, Rubber Strahd. Rubber Monster Strahd. There you go. Oh, it's just gonna need a dead sprite after that. I guess I can give it a temporary dead sprite just by squishing him. Yeah, I'll just squish it for the dead sprite. Whoopsie. Oh, never heard of that one. Yeah, I guess I haven't played Binding of Isaac in a while now. So whatever hidden extra things that were added since. I've never heard of that one, I don't think. There you go. That looks alright. I think I mostly played the original, and then I think when Afterbirth came out, I played that as well. I don't think I played Afterbirth Plus. I remember when I started playing again, I think on Afterbirth, or maybe I did play Afterbirth Plus. I remember one of the main things was when I started a new game for Afterbirth Plus. I think I remember the balance of the game had changed a lot, and at least early on, before I had unlocked more stuff, I was much more often in a situation where my damage was like frustratingly low very late in the game. It's like they had added so many like upgrades that it had kind of drowned out a lot of the stuff that increases your attack power. And I kind of liked the game a lot less because of that, because I was very often just doing really piss poor damage, and that just kind of made the game frustrating. I don't know if that was Afterbirth or Afterbirth Plus. Oh, Nicholas made that, huh? Tyrone Rodriguez. Not right now, no. I mean, I do. No, I do. Well, I did make some assets for Kingdoms of the Dumps, but I've had very little time for that recently, because I've been really running late on this project, so I haven't actually done any of assets for them for a bit. Kingdoms of the Dumps is a really cool project, though. You should look it up if you haven't heard of it. It's this really fun little RPG in a world of garbage. Main character is a little garbage can. Little garbage can with arms. It is lovely. Been drawing some monsters and enemies for it. But yeah, I haven't actually done any work for them for a little bit there. Been really focusing on my own project of late. They had a Kickstarter. But otherwise, nope, nothing else. I do some occasional art assets for other stuff. Ah, well, there you go. The only other, like, sort of major assets I made recently was, like, drawing a few things for Ketana Zero. Like, I drew the super secret final boss. The secret super boss of Ketana Zero. And I made, like, a handful of other assets. Oh, yeah. That. Oh, did I ever really post about that anywhere? Yeah, that was really fun to work on. That's what really, that gave me a taste for drawing using old DOS color palettes. EGA and CGA. That's when I realized those were really fun to work with. I didn't animate it though. Someone else did the animation on it. They did a really good job. I animated a few like really gory scenes in the game. There's like a torture scene that happens in the game at one point. Apparently they removed some parts of it that were too disturbing. They were a little too graphic. They weren't my idea. They weren't my idea. There you go. The big square teeth is what gives it away, and the eyeballs. It's like a scene where the villain is torturing some some random guys in an apartment. You know, the scene that's like the scene that really sets him up as the bad guy. Well, there's a part of that scene where originally he was he chopped off all of their fingers with a fucking like a pair of cutters, a pair of pliers. They ended up deciding that was a little too far. It is very, I mean, it's very, you know, it's not like it's a, you know, it's very pixely, but it was clear enough that you could tell what was happening. I've played Commander Keen back in the day on my uncle's computer. I played a little bit of it, but haven't really played outside that. It's also where I played Wolfenstein 3D and Blake Stone, Aliens of Gold. Yeah, which is where I was kind of taking my inspiration for that shooter game. Blake Stone. That game was wild back then. Now it's all like it's basically unplayable. But it felt very wild. It's pretty hard to play nowadays, but I remember back then to my so like the idea for that shooter that you mentioned. So basically it was I wanted to make a game that was like what I misremembered Blake Stone was like. Cuz I misremembered Blake Stone as being a horror game. Cuz when I played this as a kid, I was terrified of that game. Like, the monsters, the huge monsters everywhere that scream at you that you're dead. Like, all the giant monsters yelling at you. That scared me so much. I had a hard time. I was playing like this. I was freaking out. It was so intense. So I wanted to kind of make a game that kind of had this sort of color scheme. And was kind of like an old shooter, but that was actually going for horror. So I was kind of going for that weird sort of, you know, half-remembered childhood version of Blake Stone. That was the general idea. It was fun, but, you know, I moved on to something else. Yeah, I mean, even Wolfenstein itself was really scary back then. Like, you weren't really used to these kinds of games. That felt very unique. Like, I mean, just the immersion of a 3D game was also already kind of had a lot of novelty to it. Like, you weren't really that used already to, you know, moving in a 3D space. But on top of that, having people scream at you was that, like, there was no other game where someone screams at you. Like, that was unique, which feels very weird to say. Like, you know, before that, what I played was like, you know, Mario, you know, Castlevania, Mega Man. Like, nobody screams at you in any of those games. But in those games, yeah. Some fucking people screaming at you and shooting at you with guns. Yeah, we were very, very easily impressed in certain ways back then. Okay, so this was supposed to be kind of a placeholder, but it just turned into a real ass sprite. Yeah, who would scream at Mario? Well, I think Waluigi would scream at Mario. Definitely Waluigi. He's got that vibe. And you know what? I'm sure he would have a good reason. I would probably support Waluigi screaming at Mario. Yeah. Alright, let's import this bad boy. Oh, I'm pretty sure I would have freaked out watching RoboCop. I did not watch a lot of horror, horror or violent movies as a kid. That took a while. It took a little while before I started. I remember when the Mortal Kombat movie came out. That was so weird. When the Mortal Kombat movie came out back then, I remember like everyone was talking about it. I remember like my parents was like, "You will not see Mortal Kombat." I remember that. That was so weird. It really was. It really like the backlash against that movie, because I think there was, right? Was there a backlash against the movie, or was it just about the game? Anyway, I remember people were, yeah, it was a lot of panic around it. So I remember like thinking, oh, geez, that movie. Oh, and you know, it was first movie. It had some violence. It wasn't gory. It wasn't anything like the game. You know, no one like exploded into. Yeah, no, it is very not. I mean, there's people dying in it, but it is not gory at all. It is violent, not gory at all. But the whole, I remember, maybe it was, I don't know if it was everywhere. I think the game had a lot more like hype around its violence, maybe. Yeah, I think it was really just transferred hype from the game, yeah. But yeah, it was intense though. It was very intense. Like, that was like the game you should not like. That was like the. Yeah, but yeah, it was very intense where I lived anyway. For the movie. Then I remember actually ended up watching the movie and feeling like it was like this. Oh, this like excited sort of like. This forbidden fruit of the Mortal Kombat movie. The forbidden fruit. Oh, jeez. It was good, though. I like that movie. I remember it really ended up just feeling like a Power Rangers movie. It had basically Power Rangers movie level violence. Okay, maybe not. Maybe a little bit more. It was pretty close to Power Rangers level. It was close. But yeah, I think the most violent movies I saw usually was like one of my friends back in elementary school was really into horror movies, like really like shitty schlocky horror movies. I remember watching like 2 or 3 of the Leprechaun movies and like freaking out. I remember feeling sick at one kind of gory scene from one of the Leprechaun movies. Hmm. Yeah, I would say. Yeah, I think the original Mortal Kombat movie. I think so. I think so. It might be the best video game movie made to date. Sure. I mean, I haven't seen that Sonic movie. Uh, probably has a very. It's probably going for a very different vibe than the games, though. Alright, I'll just give that sprite to this guy. So, chapter... Where are you, Strahd? Oh, right now he's in monsters. Rubber Strahd. No, the scene that made me feel sick was... it was like a magic trick scene where he sawed a woman in half for real. But it was like a... You know, it was supposed to be a magic trick, but he does it for real. Oh no! Wait, no, I think it was the... No, I think it was the magician. Yeah, no, I think the setup... It's been a long time. I think the setup is there's a magician who like fake saws a woman in half, right? And then it's a trick, but then the leprechaun comes in and he's like, now let me do it, and he puts the magician in the box and he saws him into for real. And there you go. But then I remember the reveal is like he like shows the thing. You know, he like separates the two boxes, and it's just this gory mess. You know, it's just grody, like just guts falling off and blood. And that, I think, that was at the time probably the goriest thing I had ever seen at the time. How old was I? I might have been like 8 or 9? I think I was 8 or 9, maybe. I don't know. But at the time, that was definitely the goriest thing I have ever seen. I remember, like, just feeling ill. I remember, like, I remember, like... It was between that and that cover of a horror movie that I just had seen in the video store. That's a thing that doesn't exist anymore. Yeah, that one cover of a horror movie that I had glimpsed at a video store that made me actually like feel like I had like like I was like my legs went weak and I was just feeling like really ill, and oh jeez, that was bad. Like I felt really ill after seeing that cover. It's a pretty bad cover. It's not a good cover to have in a video store, I would say. It was a very nasty cover depicting eye trauma. There wasn't any blood, but, you know, the depiction of eye trauma was intense enough to make a young kid feel really quite ill. Well... yeah, South Park. Yeah, I saw some. I remember seeing some episodes of South Park, but I didn't have like I didn't have cable, so it was like this really like you could barely see anything. It was like a mess. I think the first time I saw South Park, I already knew about it from. Um, I'm pretty sure I already knew about it. Like, I had heard of it generally. Pretty sure. I don't think I saw it cold turkey. I think I saw it with no context. Oh no. Oh no. That is an adorable reason. Alright, let's just do a little test for this boss and see what it looks like. Alright, let's make sure that this bad boy's got animation now. So, let's do explore 100. There you go. He's walking. And if I kill him, there you go. That works. If I leave and come back, still dead. Yep. Yep. And yes, this is chapter 2, which this is the main thing I'm working on this month. This entire section, which has all placeholder tiles right now. So yeah, looking a lot less good here. All right, well, so that's going to be it for tonight, folks. Thanks for watching this special YouTube edition of my stream. If you want to see more, you're probably going to have to follow me on Twitch, unfortunately. Well, I might drop by YouTube a few more times, but, most of the time I'm streaming on Twitch. Every night at 9 p.m. EST, except on Mondays. Alright, so... thanks for watching, everybody, and take care.